Okay, boys, we should be live. Let me fix something here. And I'll post this on Discord too. And this will be a short one because I need to do some stuff today. Specifically, I need to record the guide for Romania, which is quite important. But one of you, now I don't know what to call you anymore, One Boop. That used to be your name, but you keep changing it. Did some more Navy testing, so you got me curious. Want to see what you are cooking here. Take a look and see if heavy cruisers maybe are viable or useful. So we'll take a quick look at that. Then we'll move on. Because I need, well, I will not record Romania live. I need that. I need my quiet time to do that. But oh, what's up, people? What's up? Welcome, everybody. So maybe maximum 1 hour for this stream as we test the Navy a little bit. Okay, let me post this on Discord as I haven't done it yet. And One Boop, please join. Okay, let me see if this is correctly there. Ah, fuck, this shouldn't say beta Navy testing though. Let me quickly change the thumbnail. Sorry, boys. I just reused settings from the last time. But I do plan to come back to this Navy testing in several lives, so it's okay to have a... Yeah, let me use the one that I use for the video itself, actually. The doing thumbnail part shouldn't be done live, but I just started it right away. What's the name of the patch? Let me put that in the title of the stream. 1 second. This is 1 point. Maybe I have it here. No, I don't have it here. But I made a post about that. And also, so disorganized today. Let me start the live on my phone so I can see the chat. Okay. Now, oh, that's something I actually want to do. I want to go back to Poland because I really like Poland. Let me see if I can... let me see, 1 second. How does this look? Yeah. So I wanted to quickly show you, since this is what I'm doing, not best clearly. Yeah, 1 second. I need the name of the patch. 1.17.4. 1.17.4. Okay. Okay, Okay. Let's see that this is a good thumbnail for today. I don't know. I didn't see your message, so it may have been deleted. I didn't delete it, though. I can guarantee that. Okay, so let me put this as the actual thumbnail for our guide. Then we're good. Or for our stream, I mean. I did see the nerf to anti-air, but consider that they also heavily nerfed CAS. So we need to test it. But all in all, it should balance. The two things should balance each other, hopefully. So I do expect it to be fairly similar to how it is now. Now, this is not my save game, so I want to take a look because what we're testing today about the Navy is a build that one of you suggested on Discord. And I want to take a look at it. So I need to see exactly what you were building. And then we need to test the Navy in a couple of different scenarios. And especially I want to test your Navy versus the light cruiser spam Navy. So I can see that we are at the beginning of World War II. Which we are not going to fight. We're just going to take down Poland, Netherlands, Belgium and France, I guess, quickly. Okay, you're already doing around Maginot, so this is fine. Now let me see what you built, because this is important, and I need to save or to consider the full IC cost. What is this thing? Oh, that's some sneaky infantry up there. Well, okay, so, yeah, this part is fine. I'm more interested in the Navy designs. I know, actually, I'm also interested in planes. I want to see what you did and how many less planes you have here. What planes have you been building here? This is a carrier airframe? What's wrong with this, what is it called? Tail. Yeah, so this is the normal one. And did you make naval bomber? You didn't make carrier naval bombers, I noticed, but I think you made some carriers. So, or better, you're making this converted cruiser. So I was curious about this one too. So this one you made just for the deck size, basically, right? Yeah, it doesn't have any other. Although maybe some anti-air wouldn't be bad on it. Now the thing is, this thing is expensive as hell. Why is it so damn expensive? So I guess it's expensive because the idea is that you don't build it, you convert cruisers into it. No, but you are building it though. These ones are being straight up built. Let me see one thing here. What's that thing? Okay, so basically that's the first stack right here, right? Okay, let me check one thing. It's also something I wanted to test because you were mentioning. By the way, one boop, are you here? Because I'm doing this live because of you. I hope you joined. Okay. So in terms of dominance too, I wanted to check these things. You were mentioning in the comments that the dominance is good, and then you can convert the older cruisers into these ones. Let me see how that works, because I actually have never done it. So these are your subs, okay. In here, what do you have? In here you have a couple of these converted cruisers. I can see them here. Now I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming you converted some cruisers into them. How do you convert cruisers into them? How does that work? I don't even know. I've never done this before. Oh my god. Is it just called... no, you said you can refit something into it, but I don't know what to refit into it. Cancel refit... refitting to ships. Wait, which ones? So these are being refitted. Does it say... Does it say some... somewhere in here whether it's something is being refitted or just built from zero. Guys, I need some Navy experts here to help me out because I have no idea about this stuff. Either way, what I wanted to check is the basic carrier versus this converted cruiser. I want to see the difference in in production cost. Yeah, so you could go for something like this, although I would probably put the anti-air on it, honestly. That would be 9,200 for 80 deck size. Actually, I maybe have it saved. Let me see. I have it saved. So I was putting even this one here, probably because it's not... no, it's probably the same thing. Okay. Let me see. No. Come on. Which one is the right one? This one, I guess. So of course for the carrier you need one more technology. In terms of production cost, equipment cost, but let me put the anti-air and the secondary battery here too, or remove them from both if we want to go for a fair comparison. Now, I do agree that this is probably not needed. Anti-air on carriers is important because carriers are always targeted by enemy planes. Oh my god, this is so annoying. So let me remove this from both. Can I please have them both? Okay. No. Yeah, okay, so 9,200, this one is 6,800, but it is twice the amount of deck size. I also want to check, yeah, of course I'm using my phone for the chat. I need to check the calculator. I want to check the dominance thing, because that's another thing to consider. But I don't think it's ever worth making converted cruisers though in general, but we can check. And then there is also the refitting thing, which I don't fully understand here. What exactly can you refit into a converted cruiser? Because I would assume you can refit cruisers into converted cruisers. But how does that work? Let me try something. So let me see if we have any... Okay, we have some light cruisers here. But I don't see any refit option from here. Oh, maybe here. Refit ships. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Okay, so from here you can refit cruisers into converted cruisers. Okay, that's interesting. Now, what cruisers are these ones? This is my design cruiser, or I mean the meta design cruiser. No, this one is not. This one is some shitty one, because this is some early cruisers. I see. Okay, okay, okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Making big progress. So let me see. These ones are all the correct ones. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By the way, the armor is wrong. It needs to be 2 armor. But other than that, is correct. Yes, by the way, going to 2 armor makes it only barely more expensive, but these armor plus some traits and MIOs can make it unpierceable, so that makes a huge difference. Well, okay, I am assuming... No, this is an early cruiser, see, I'm missing another one. Okay. And I think these ones are all the same ones, okay. So these are the older models, so these are early cruisers, which technically we're saying you can refit into... So these are shitty ones with what is this shit? Mine laying, okay. Yeah, okay. And this is a torpedo kind of cruiser, okay, these are all bad. Yeah, so technically we could refit these into converted cruisers. Okay, that's the total cost for doing all of them. So if I did only one, that's still the same price though. Unless I'm missing something, you pay this price, right? Guess the only thing we can do is try. I'll reload the save later on, so for now I just want to do some tests in here. So say that I have this older cruiser and I want to refit it to a converted cruiser to have some anti-air. What happens? We start already at 20%. And if I were to build a completely new carrier, how long would it take? Okay. So it is significantly cheaper to refit them, of course, because in terms of resources, you don't spend them. And now I'm a bit confused about the total production cost here. My chat wasn't working, sorry boys, I missed everything. Japan, obsessive pizza. Yeah, not today. Today I want to keep it short, but yeah. Okay, just a little, let's see. Does not look very good. Heavy cruisers and converted. Are you trying to do? I have a few days, so I don't think it was very good. Shore bomb is pretty good at the moment. Looks like you're trying to build a one with Casa Navy bombers. Isn't very good. We're trying to use it. Hello. Is the goal to refit light cruisers to heavy cruisers? More optimal to set up 5 production of 2 and then to production of 5. So by the way, this is not my save. This is a save from one of you that tried a balanced fleet that later I will show you a bit better. But the main thing he was saying is using converted cruisers may be a good idea because at least you get some carriers. They are cheap if you convert the older models of light cruisers, the ones we wouldn't be using, like these ones. So converting these ones into the converted cruiser will give you some naval bombers or CAS or whatever. But I don't see it very much. I don't see very much the potential, but I'm willing to... I agree, it's not. It doesn't seem a good idea. Exactly. The real issue here is the lack, the complete lack of deck size, which in the end is the only reason to make carriers. If you don't have deck size, what's the point of this ship? The other point was dominance, no? So the other point that was being raised is dominance. Maybe you can do this as minor nations. You just need this technology. You can convert some cruisers into these and get some dominance. So that's something I want to test. That's easy to test because we can check the dominance per production cost. And we can check it on... let me see if we have somewhere in here the older cruisers that the shitty ones that we had originally. Was it this one? Was it... I think it was this one. Okay, so this one we want to test the dominance per production cost. So this is what we would be converting, right? So say that we want to maximize our dominance. Is it worth converting this model into the converted cruiser one or not? So to check that, we need to divide the dominance by the production cost. And I will do it in a second. So 139 divided 2633. Oh, one booth. Finally, you're there. Okay, so now we can talk about it. So first thing I want to check, let me write it down somewhere though, on our members only document, is whether the converted carriers you're making, converted cruisers you're making are worth it from any point of view, which could be interesting. I guess we go into Navy designs test. Yeah, this is a good point. Okay. So converted cruisers have a value, dominance value of 0.052. While, sorry, this is not the converted carrier. Sorry, the old cruiser. This is the old cruiser. So the starting cruiser, let's call it, or shit cruiser. I think that's an appropriate name. Now let's see if your converted cruiser increases this value significantly. So if we go into a converted cruiser, although the production cost is not the same, but can you guys tell exactly what the production cost is in conversion? Like, this is the production cost for this converted cruiser. But when I refit an old cruiser, I don't pay the full price. So if I go here and I refit to this one, I see that IC cost, which is the full one. But then I start at 20%, so I don't think I pay the entire cost. Do I just remove 20% of the cost? So do you think it's appropriate? So we pay, by refitting, we pay 20% less? Or is there an even bigger discount somehow in there that we are not considering? Unless maybe we can test it by doing something like this. So if I start building one from 0, I guess we can check. We need to check the difference in timing between the production of these two. But yeah, let me put the carrier down here for now. Yeah, okay. You can convert older ships to it, but is there any point in doing it? That's my question. No, the Panzer ship definitely has more value in terms of dominance, doesn't it? No, maybe not. 352. How much was this again? Yeah, it's barely more though. When you refit, you still pay 80% of the price, as far as I can tell from here. So, correct me if I'm wrong, if you know that I'm wrong, but I believe there is basically a 20% difference in these two. It's just that 20%. Okay, so you say, well, let me see. What if I converted can I really convert this one though? Let me try. So what if I wanted to convert this one? Yes, you can. So how much of a discount would I get at this point? Can I not see it anywhere? Where did it go? Wait, where did it go? It's not in position yet? Okay, it's down here. It's down here. I see. Yes. So you get a bigger discount. So it's not always the same. Yeah, so you think we should consider the amount of days rather than the production cost, huh? The thing is, I really need the production cost to get a value out of the dominance, you know. I need to divide dominance by production cost. So the amount of days is not very representative of that. Either way, okay, so the better the ship, I don't know, how do they judge how good the ship was? Depending on how expensive it was? Like the Panzer ship is more expensive, so you get a bigger discount when refitting it. So you definitely get a discount in terms of resources. Okay, well, either way, let me see the basic one, then we can say that we add something to it. So the basic value would be 414. So 414 divided by 6826. So the value is at 0.060. plus I'll write discount from fitting. Now let's see the value on a proper carrier this time, so something like this one. So 698 divided 9229. 229. So here is a value of 0.075. Which means you get a higher value for the proper carrier. So without considering the refitting bonus, that is. My chat keeps... Every time there is an advertisement on my own stream and I need to watch it, then my chat gets messed up. Okay, so boys, this is the thing. So the converted cruiser itself is pretty bad because you don't have deck size and the production cost is still fairly high. Well, if you make a proper carrier, you get higher value both in terms of deck size and in terms of dominance per production cost. Then, of course, if you have access to carriers, the best value in terms of dominance per production cost is just to make an empty one. Empty carriers are still the absolute best in that sense. So let me show you. That would be, we need the deck space one. Okay, then we can save it. So something like this basic carrier, which by the way should be my CVE, right? Here I was using the better engine because I don't think that changes that much. And it actually increases the dominance probably in a way that is worth it. Yeah, it's worth it. Okay, so we would go for the engine 2 for this one. Fine. So at this point the value would be 548 divided 4043. That's 0.135. That's insanely higher. So there is no doubt that if you're looking at value, yes, if you're looking at value in terms of dominance, there is nothing that beats this thing here. This is the best. Even considering refitting, if you can get access to carriers and you want dominance, then you should make this design. Although, and now last comparison, interesting one. Let me try with the empty heavy ships. Should be this model here. And let's see the comparison with this one. This one is available from day one for everyone. So this is a very convenient one to make. So 641 divided 5915. So that's at 0.108. Which means in order of... okay, let me share this with you. Do I have it somewhere in here? Let me see if this is correct. This is correct. Yeah, okay, so... this is the value, the naval dominance value. So the shit cruiser is the starting one, which has a very bad value. Of course, the higher the number, the better. Then the refitting one is slightly better than the original shit cruiser. Plus, we need to add the discount from refitting, which may be at 20%. So we can increase this by a 20%. Then we have the... why do I have two of them? Wait a sec. Why do I have two of them? The second one should be... no idea. Okay, this is the empty one. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so the proper carrier has a higher naval value than the refitted one. Although once we add the 20%, they may be kind of similar if it is a 20% that we add. So it's comparable in terms of naval dominance value probably to a proper carrier, but it has 50% of the deck size. So even though you get basically the same value for one less research, I think it's better if you go for carriers to go for a proper carrier at this point. And then you have the empty carrier. So if you want pure naval dominance, the empty carrier is the highest value by a large margin. It's more than twice the converted carrier in that sense. And then you can make just empty heavy ships, empty heavy battle cruisers, I think, or something like that, which is the easiest best value, because you don't need any research for this one. I mean, you need a basic heavy ship, but usually you have them available. So this would be the best one possible. Now let me see what you're saying in the chat. Then we're starting, we'll take a look. What about converted battleships? Converted battleships, it's the same thing. You mean like converting battleships to the carrier, to the converted, I mean, do we have a design that is called converted battleship, or you mean converting battleships to converted cruisers? Awesome. Carriers, they have larger air wings compared to cruisers. Yes, exactly, twice the size of the or the deck size, meaning it's just one research. You know, the difference is just one research. If you're researching deck conversions, I think you may as well research basic carriers. But the thing is, basic carriers are a big investment. They are very good, but they're a big investment that most countries wouldn't be able to afford unless you start with them already. Like even Italy, it's not worth spending 2 researchers in these building carriers, which are still quite expensive. Then you need to build the carrier naval bombers as well. So all in all, yeah. Okay, so now that we covered this part, I wanted to test a couple of things with your... Okay, this is your thing. So I want to see them in battle, the fleet that you built. So one would pay attention to what I'm doing, because I want you to tell me if you're doing something different to what I'm doing, so I can check it together. So right now, what were you doing here? They all trained, except for this cruiser here. I would like to have them all entirely trained. So let me move them in there and train them actually. What's these? These are their fitting ones, okay. And then we're just pushing because we want... wait, why are we not pushing? We are pushing. Is this a spearhead? Are you crazy? Are you insane? Did you make a spearhead? That's a suicide, man. Don't make spearheads. Also, here you're lacking a lot of equipment. What are you lacking? You're lacking the SPGs, I see. So there is a price to pay. You're lacking quite a lot of SPGs, but that's okay. That's okay. It doesn't matter because we want to test the Navy, so that part is fine. So let me put them in Kiel. Let's train them. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Good that I checked before it's too late. Okay, let's go. We just take them down very quickly. True that you still build my motorized divisions, which we don't need anymore actually. Maybe with that saved IC can do something else. Come on, fast. Done. Now let's I'll ignore Hungary. Let's go straight for the Benelux. Yeah, it's okay. I don't need anyone else. Do we already have our own Maginot? Not yet. No, we have our own Maginot. I will not pick any other focuses, but if you need to pick other focuses, let me know. Also, I don't know if you had air assigned, but it's gonna...
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay.
Achtung! Angetreten. Auf geht's! Greift weiter an!
Such a well-managed war.
Zuhören!
Are we actually losing it? I lost some motorized. France, can you please go down? Don't have time. Don't have time for this. This is not what I'm testing. Okay, thank you. Did you establish Vichy or not? Okay. Well, let me do the... No, but... I mean, it's fine, because at this point we're not producing anything anymore. Do you establish Vichy or not? Because that's actually impactful. I want to take out Italy. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Okay, I'll not establish Vichy. Okay, if you want... Well, I guess taking out Italy may make sense. Then at that point I will pick the output focus. Where is it? Naval production. Yeah, okay. Fine. Let's do it quickly, hopefully. May take a bit longer to do Italy though. Anyone else annoying us? No, only Italy probably. Fine. Okay, I just want to make sure that we have the equipment for the navy, because that's all we care about. The rest doesn't matter. Okay. Because hopefully Italy will not be too annoying, because I really don't want to manage this war any better than I am doing. Do we have planes assigned? Yeah, some. Then when you don't pay attention to what is going on, you can lose even to Italy. Do you look at this?
Abstand halten.
Let's disintegrate our manpower. But this is actually a fun way to push Italy, because by murdering our infantry on that side, we actually kept a lot of their divisions here. This will be a big encirclement. Fun to see. No, only motorized is left up there. Motorized cannot push shit. In the mountains, we didn't push anything. I've never encircled so many Italian divisions. That's very fun. Usually they capitulate faster. Italy, Civil War, anyone? Please don't give me the bug Civil War. Oh. Okay. Okay, good. But wait, Italy will be in the war like this though. They become my puppet, they are in the war. This is necessarily putting them in the war. And what's the best thing I can do here? Nothing, I guess we maybe... Well, I don't know. I don't know if taking Italy was a good idea after all. I think we give everything to them. This will make this front active, but I guess we'll lose it right away, so it should be okay. But the Royal Navy will definitely be in here now. No, but I don't need the Italian fleet. I want to test your fleet. But okay, whatever. So I will not actually take the Italian fleet, or will I? If I don't take it, they will use it. So I'll take it. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure this was a good idea in the end, though. This way Italy is in the war. I cannot do anything about that. But fine, I guess. Is this the Italian fleet? This is all Italian fleet. Yeah, that's a big Italian fleet. That I don't want to use though. So let's put it somewhere in here. Let's put it in a new theater. Make sure that we know that we don't want to use that fleet. No, maybe that's a bit of an overkill. I don't want to build anything. I just want to have enough fuel to fight, though. Okay, all good. Are we done here? Waiting for anything else? No, this will take a bit too long. By the way, what's that? What's that design? We need to take a look at the designs now, and then we need to. No, man, I don't. It damages our results using this fleet because you are not supposed to have it. You want to use only what you built, and so it's also way too big. You say you don't have enough screens. Yeah, it's quite true that you don't have enough screens. So you want to. But then it messes up completely the calculations of IC cost that you invested because you're stealing other fleets. So that's not okay. Let's see if we lose the battle, then maybe okay, maybe I'll do that. But ideally, I don't want to do that. Okay, so by the way, you are using the wrong light cruiser design. This I noticed earlier. Oh no, it's right. I don't know why it had one armor one when I checked the last time. Wait. Which one is this one? This is the heavy one. This is the heavy. Where is the light one? Huh? Wait, are you not making light cruisers? This is the one. Because I know you built some of these, but this is the wrong design. You need armor 2 on cruisers, so that's to consider. Anyways, let me call it. At least we know. Yeah, up here we can check them a bit more easily. Okay, so now I need to do some more math because we need the IC cost of this navy. Before we actually send them into a battle, and then we're not going to use planes, I'm assuming. What is this stuff? This is the carrier planes, right? Okay. Okay. We're okay with the training, or do we want them to be fully trained? Yeah. Also, I think I'll stop these here. Do a couple more things, but then we're good. So this is the navy we're going to test. These and these we're not going to use the Italian one, and we are okay with the training, with a couple of them lacking training right now. And then I want to remove the production of ships from the UK. So if we spawn something. Yeah, this one is fine. They can get it. This one they wouldn't get it. Oh, they changed something or not? Was the UK always building improved carriers? I don't think that they were. Yeah, I think they're building better ships now, too. Yeah, okay, so the reason I'm doing this, just in case, is that if later on... so now I'll make a save that we will use for the testing. If later on I need to spawn some ships for us, when you do the instant building IC, the UK also gets that. So they would spawn a lot of ships that they wouldn't have by this time, so it's better to delete them so we can do the testing more properly. Okay, tell me something about one book about the setup that you were doing. So you fought in the North Sea. What did you do? Big fleet on patrol, or did you do something different? Subs on convoy raid, main fleet on patrol or manual engagement? Okay, so main fleet on patrol, fine. We need a bit more fuel. But it's okay, we'll just import all-in fuel. Always engage, never repair. Fine. Patrol here. Always engage, never repair. And the convoy raiding for the subs in the same region or in the other regions? Same region, I would assume. Because this is looking for an engagement and not avoiding one, right? I will assume that's the case, because I believe that's the case. Okay, okay. Ah, you did all 3 tiles, but don't we want to engage in the North Sea? The 3 tiles being North Sea, Channel, and Eastern North Sea. Let's try to get the fight in the North Sea, which should be the least favorable for us. Now, we lack some organization here, which is not ideal, though. Maybe I should have waited a little bit at least. Well, this is a build without... you don't have the support ships here. Yeah. Well, the Orca, we are getting it back. But these are very small engagements. Where is the actual Royal Navy? Why do they send groups of 2 ships now? UK? Come on. Yeah, nothing. Now they only send groups of 3. What the fuck? Yeah, it's because we took Italy in, maybe. Shouldn't have done that. Where is the UK? What are they doing? Yeah. What the fuck is this? A convoy raiding the convoys of Italy outside of Washington. That's... well, those are the subs, okay. Where is the Royal Navy? That's the Royal Navy. And the other Pibita is here. Fuck's sake. Here they have nothing. Yeah, taking Italy in, maybe not the best idea. Maybe not the best idea. Yeah, but they don't have it. There's so much RNG. That's why testing the Navy is impossible. But now, technically, they do that stacks. Now, post-patch, they tend to do that stacks. For some reason, they're not doing it now, but that's maybe because of Italy. Okay, let's try the same thing very quickly, but this time we don't do anything with Italy, which wasn't a great idea in the first place. It's okay, we'll do it fast.
Zuhören.
And we don't have to take care of Italy, so it's faster than before. That's some proper micromanagement. Look at this new micromanagement guide available.
Achtung!
This time I'm not training them, but it's fine. It's okay. And let's import the fuel earlier, so I want to be full fuel for the test. I don't care. I do care about the fact that I don't have civilian factories. That's another story.
Ihre Befehle.
I think it's actually faster this way.
Angetreten. Ihre Befehle. Weiter, weiter.
No, okay, I will establish Vichy France because maybe that way in this part they don't need to go, so maybe better, maybe better. I will leave Luxembourg alive. Okay, so now we're already done. So is there any point in waiting for something? No, this one's we delete. And January and February. No, okay, yes, these ones we wait for. One plus the refit. Okay, let me get that done. Okay, before, yeah, but I don't want to be able to be forced to do both things at the same time, so we need a specific place where we can test the stuff, which will be this place here, right here. And I need them not to spawn ships if I use the console commands for later, so this goes away, this goes away. One is fine, goes away, away. Away. Definitely away. This one away. Okay, the rest is okay. Now see, I'll still give them the organization this time. Fine. Okay. Patrol here. Always engage. Never repair. Convoy raiding here. It's okay. Let's go. Please, UK, use your fleet. It's not the fleet. Where is the fleet? Maybe. Okay, I know what we can do.
Achtung! Zuhören!
Okay, let's see if this helps. Okay, maybe we are getting something finally. It's not the big stack, that stack though. They sent more, a bit late though. So the reinforcements came late. But at least we will get some data from these. That's okay. That's good. It's not the death stock, but I'm happy we got a big battle because we can possibly use these for the results. Now, it's always very, very difficult to tell exactly what did what and how impactful stuff was, unfortunately. So I don't know if this will be particularly relevant or useful. I mean, then the other thing you can do is you can check the damage taken, which is fairly low. And we can maybe check from the individual designs the killing blows. Now, one thing I was wondering is, I assume that's the case because otherwise the carrier would never kill that many or damage that many ships. These must account for naval bombers. Thing is, you're not using carrier naval bombers, so these planes shouldn't do that anything in battle. So I'm not sure exactly how we sunk so many ships with this thing that doesn't have anything. Like, it doesn't have any stats, so how can it sink ships? It doesn't have naval bombers. How does it sink ships? It doesn't make sense. Ah, because the close air support are naval bombing, I would assume. Yeah, okay. So you're using, what class are you using? You're using these ones. Okay, and these ones actually have decent, they actually have decent naval strike, naval targeting, naval attack. So that's how you're doing it with the CAS on naval attack, naval bombing. Okay, fine. Is there any point in continuing? Maybe I can... Oh, it still crashes. But this is awesome, boys. This is really cool. This is really cool. So, and this is not even the beta anymore. Is it my game or did you have crashes too? I kept having this crash when I was testing these in the beta, when specifically when testing naval, when checking naval battle results. I thought it would be fine in the final patch. Apparently, it's not. Well, I guess this gives us another chance at testing the same shit again. Let's see. Yeah, no compromise, no surrender brought some instability, but this one seems specifically related to the Navy. Okay, I want to try something else to see if we can get a bigger in... well, okay, I'll do what you were doing, so both of these regions, maybe that helps, but you need to split them, though, into two if you want to do this. Wait, that's not possible. No, never mind. We go there on patrol, never repair, always engage, convoy raiding there. Let's try again the same exact thing. I'll try without naval invasion. I don't know how big of an impact that had. No assigned regions, that's a bit of a problem. Okay, let's which we destroy them. Okay, that's a bit of a bigger one. Let's see if we can get some useful intel from that one. So, by the way, we are looking at battles in which we are pretty much balanced. Then they send reinforcements, but the total amount of ships is pretty much even, which is not the death stack. So that's important. That stack is when they have like 120 ships altogether. In this case, in this scenario, they seem to have about 60. Okay, we'll get a double engagement here. And this is overall most of the Royal Navy. Okay, that's another big one that arrived. It is kind of the death stack, but not all at the same time. At least it's a big battle. They sent even more. Yeah, this was awesome. This was awesome for the testing. I just wish they kept doing this constantly. Now, I would also be very happy if the game didn't crash when I check the results, because, you know, that would help with testing. So there must be 2 battles in here, I believe. This is one. Let me take a screenshot before the game dies. This is one, and this is the other one. Okay, and then I think the Royal Navy is pretty much wiped, but let's see. They have some useless subs, they have some shit. No, this one, yeah, this is the one that we just destroyed. It's still alive, but basically destroyed. This one, they didn't use it at all. So they would have another good fleet in here. This one is fine. And then they have some stuff spread around, but in terms of main fleets, that's about it. That's enough for the testing. We don't need to test more. So, what do you mean by advanced? In this case, I know it's a title, advanced testing, but just testing different type of ships in the same scenario, I guess. Up to you how advanced that is. Okay, fine. Now we need to find a way to test different stuff. But the first stuff I want to test right away is without changing anything, but not using the converted carriers or cruisers, because I want to see how impactful these guys were. But these guys we just don't use, and for the rest we do the same exact thing. Let's see. No, there is still one, motherfucker. Infiltrated. Nah. Ruined everything. Okay. Do it again. Though without three of them, it looked like the result was pretty much the same, but still. Why was it because of this? Yeah, it was because of this. So I cancelled the refitting, but it's still one thing that we need to check, because the Pride of the Fleet, we need it. So we need to make something else Pride of the Fleet. Otherwise, it's not really fair. That's probably why. But okay, this is fine. This is good. Oh, we get engaged right away here. Interesting. Now let's see if we can get into a similar battle. Okay, this is already a bit bigger though. Yeah, but okay. Pretty much what I was expecting. Completely irrelevant the converted cruisers, because 20 casts are not going to make the difference. There is no way 20 casts on naval bombing make a difference. So there is no point, in my opinion, in making them. If you want to make carriers, make proper ones. I don't see the point of converted cruisers, honestly. We should consider that we are still winning in the same way, and we have 4 ships which are like 7,000 IC, which could be something else instead. You could have 7 more light cruisers or heavy cruisers, stuff like that. Can we get into a battle? No. Bad. That's another big one that we may this time not win as well though, because yeah, okay, this is a big dead stack though. Unfortunately, we never got the big dead stack against us earlier. It's so difficult to get a consistent testing in here, because every time it's a bit different. So this is a battle we basically lost. Yeah, I would say we more or less lost this battle. But it's not because of the 4 carriers, because this time we just got engaged a bit worse. Let me do it again with the 4 carriers, see if we can get into a similar engagement and test that part. There is also the fact that with a bigger navy, maybe they're less eager to engage us, so that's maybe why we don't get such big engagements with these ones in. So we just intercept the smaller fleets because we have a bigger fleet overall. I have this feeling, at least, I don't know. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to test. And since it's also very difficult to see the exact performance of a ship type in battle, it's very difficult to tell how impactful they are. And nothing, now we don't get engagements. Now they only send small ones. Okay, okay, okay. Finally. That's kind of dead stuck level. Compared to earlier, though, this is the first time we get engagement. Well, earlier we got engaged by the big one on the second engagement with our fleet already damaged. Looks like we're kicking their ass, though. Yeah, definitely yes. And now that's a smaller one. So if now we got engaged by another very large one, that would be a representative, because it would be very similar to what happened earlier. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem likely. Because now they only send smaller ones. Yeah, I guess that's decent. And we kick their ass. And we are probably out of Royal Navy again. I need somehow to get a similar engagement in both test runs, and that's very difficult. Unless we maybe do it manually. I don't know if we can do it manually. Send the entire Royal Navy here. We can try. For some consistency at least. Whoa. It's always ugly stuff to see. See, you're right actually. Their big death stack is here. But it's not doing anything. You're set to engage at medium risk. Like, if they joined these ones and this one... But I'm pretty sure that the second... yeah, the second I go back to Germany, they cancel this. You need to do it in multiplayer if you want to do it. No, well, maybe. Maybe we got something. Maybe we got something here. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. No, it seemed like it worked. Yeah, but they will change it. I feel like they will change it the second I go back to Germany. It looks like at least for the first engagement, maybe we can force them to have it, which is useful. This is a battle that is big enough to give us some intel. Okay, and then immediately second one. Let's see that first one. The first one was very good, even against kind of the full death stack. Not exactly the full one, but almost. Now let's see if we get engaged the second time. We still kick their ass, it seems. Okay, yeah, we just destroy them completely, even with kind of the big death stack in this case, I would say. It's several engagements, all of them won, and now oh no, they have another one, wow. They sent the last one too. This would be the perfect testing scenario. If they would be so kind to do this every time, this would be awesome. Now we did take some losses somewhere. Not here, maybe? Ah, okay. Here we took some fairly heavy losses. Including the Pride of the Fleet. That's because we didn't repair, of course. Now the entire fleet is almost completely destroyed. So at this point we would need to repair. But I don't know if the UK has anything left at all. They have a bit of a fleet there. But it's almost completely destroyed. Okay, let's go back to this one. Let me try again without the carriers. See if we can get a similar engagement without the carriers. I don't know, there is no logical explanation as to why these carriers can have an impact on the battle. There is no logical explanation. They cannot physically deal any damage, and they only have 20 casts on naval bombing. Okay, yeah, I guess it must be the cast on naval bombing. I wonder if you went with 40 naval bombers, then what they would be able to do. Because 40 naval bombers should be more meta, in theory. Right, I need to tag the UK and see if we can do the same thing as before. So we simply selected these guys and sent them there, right? I think that's the only thing we did. So let's see if it is consistent enough. Come on, please UK. No, it's already different. There is no fucking consistency. We got an engagement, but it's not the same dead stock. They have 50 less ships this time. And now it is. It arrived later though, and that definitely has an impact on the battle. But it's still a devastating loss for them. Let me see. Oh, okay, that cast may be better than naval bombers, that's possible, but still it would be better to have only casts without fighters, I believe. We could try with only casts, because I assume you have enough, actually. You didn't give them a name that we can understand, though. Let me see a comparison, because naval bombers, well, I guess carrier-based stuff, it's kind of the same, so... What's wrong with this tail? and why didn't you call them something understandable? This is the right one, yeah, okay. Carrier casts, sea casts. These are definitely good casts, and the naval attack, naval targeting is pretty decent. Now let me see something. So what if we were to make naval bombers? How would they compare to that? You actually don't need anything. But what did you put on? What else did you put on them? Nothing, I think. So it would be something like this. So on naval targeting, naval attack 9-4, 11. The attack is higher, is still higher on the naval bombers, but the naval targeting is lower. No, this is port strike. Well, it's the same thing. They are significantly cheaper. But it doesn't matter too much because you don't need many in any case. So I guess that's mostly irrelevant. Well, it may be worth testing. In any case, so far we saw that the fleet without these carriers seem to perform in a similar way. Very, very difficult to tell exactly how impactful these are, to be honest. It looks like in either case you destroy them quite easily. Okay, actually, let me check that thing that you're mentioning now, because it's something I saw several times, but then I never tested it. So you're saying that you prefer the armor piercing, but isn't the heavy bomb blocks better? No, it's not better in terms of naval attack. It's not better. So let's see if we go all in. Can we go all in on armor piercing, or do we not have enough weight for it? Trust for it. We do have enough trust. Wait, this is a dual engine. Are you crazy? I just noticed. Are you insane? Now we cannot put all of them, but you could put probably a heavy. No, you cannot. I see. That's why you're doing that. No, but you. Why do you build a dual engine, guys? Why do you build the dual engine? Also, you absolutely don't need extra fuel tanks on carrier planes, so you definitely don't need that. You're both insane. Why don't you just make this one? It's it's half the price. Why? No, there is no point. So the dive breaks, not naval target. Okay, this one is important. Fuck. Is the price the same for this one? The weight the same? Yeah, the weight is the same. I see. So if you don't go for 2 of them, you cannot put 3. I guess because your reasoning is it doesn't matter because you build so few that even though the price is incredibly higher, you just aim at maximum naval attack. And you're actually right that armor piercing ones are the best. So this would be probably the best naval bomber possible we can build. With at that point, why not? Let's also put the extra. It doesn't make much sense, but I guess if you want to use them for some close air support too, you could put the extra fuel. Well, if you use the armor piercing, but maybe this is the best possible naval bomber we can make. No, CAS no, because the armor piercing are bad for close air support compared to the heavy bomb blocks. But for pure naval bombing, naval targeting and naval attack, this is awesome. Actually, naval attack 20 is insane. Okay, let me see. Guys, do you remember I always fuck this one up, but I want to test it. Okay, let me see. I want to spawn them with console commands, but I will forget. And the number, where do you put the number? Is the number at the end or at the beginning? Something like this, huh? No. First argument should be number. How do you fucking... Wait a second. Ah, okay, I see it. I see it. Let me try this. Okay. Okay, okay, very good. Now... I also forgot how to put them on there. Okay. So it's here, right? Yeah, it's this ones. I didn't make enough. Why this disappeared now? Okay. Now they are correct. Now these boys, we want them... Why are they deploying? Okay. Why can I not assign missions to them? Okay. So how does this work exactly? No, I think I'll leave it mostly to default. Okay, I'll figure it out in a second. Let's do the same thing with the Royal Navy. They already moved their fucking fleet. It's not there. Motherfuckers. No. No. Go here. Cannot give them 2 seconds. They mess everything up. Go there, everybody. Can I actually do something like this? So, how do I make sure that my planes are doing the right thing? Here, I guess. So they cannot be on patrol. They can only be on naval strike, which should be fine. I don't think we need them to patrol. We need them to naval strike. Let's see. Wonder if we can see it from here somehow. We do see them. Okay, this way though we managed to get the full death stack. That's good. Maybe. We'll probably lose. Oh god, finally, if we can make this consistent that the UK send the entire navy there, we can finally test properly this thing. So unlike earlier, we don't have, without any fighters, we don't have any green air. It's to be considered. And we probably lost, although it says we win. This is a loss, clearly. Lovely. Very stable game. Very good. Very good. To make testing hard, There is constant crashes, which is fantastic. I'm not so used to it, honestly. I'm not so used to it, but interesting. So, once the carriers go there, did I already do the big engagement UK? No, I didn't, probably. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, awesome. I'm very happy if we can get this engagement consistently. Let's see if that's the case. Maybe it's already less, though. Come on, send the full... No, they don't send it at the same time. But they do eventually send it. Okay, okay, that's a full death stack. Okay, 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 good, good, good. Looks like we maybe can get this consistent. Though somehow it looks like we're going to win this one, maybe? Now we have green air for some weird reason. Despite not having fighters. These naval battles lasting for weeks. Do we ever get a result here? Or are we spending the entire war fighting? Guys. People on these ships, they need to eat. They need to do something. Why is this lasting for months? What is going on? What happened? What just happened? I guess we are very happy, but ready to crash the game again? Boom! Let's do it. Now maybe we can. Let's check the history. Let's check the history to see if we notice anything in here. Very, very difficult to tell. We did lose some close air support. So what we can try to do next time is we try the same thing, but we put maybe a couple of fighters instead of the close air support, instead of full close air support, to see the difference. So these are all the... Okay, we lost 27 of them and 6 destroyers. Okay, and somehow we won that big engagement, although it was a little bit weird. Maybe, yeah, maybe 10 fighters are enough since we have good fighters. So, okay, so we need to remove... these ones. Do they automatically go where they should? Nah. Or do they? They miss... No, okay, of course they don't. Of course they don't. Oh, what was I thinking? How do you assign them to the correct one then? Oh my god, this is such a pain in the ass. Yeah, it's true that is true about fighters, but no, okay, I need to change. They don't deploy properly. I don't know what to do. They all go to the same carrier. Why don't they automatically? There must be an easier way to do this, no? Or maybe not. Okay, let me try in a slightly different way. How about we do something like this? We disband them. Then we remove them from here. Ah, late. And then we add them from here. What the fuck is the name? These are made basically the same. They will not be there right away though. And these guys are doing nothing. We probably shouldn't use the submarines for this testing. Where did the fighters go? Why are they not? I swear to God. Fucking hate the Navy. Never want to see it again. Okay, let's skip the 5 months of battle. You are getting constant engagements to destruction of everything, and I cannot understand anything at all. But this is the first one, I think. I don't know. I don't see much of a difference, to be honest. It seems the same exact thing as before. The first battle is basically the same as before. Yeah, I think I give up on understanding exactly how impactful these are. It's very difficult to tell. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. They probably do something. How much they do, I don't know. How much more impactful than just putting the naval bombers from here to there, I don't know. And you're doing that, by the way, that only for carriers, of course, right? You're not doing the... Wait, you're doing the double engine even for fighter? No, for fighters is a suicide, though. This time, that I am sure about. For fighters, you shouldn't, because doubling the cost cannot be worth it. Cannot be worth the double engine. In this case, you just gain a little bit of agility. Don't do this. Don't do this on fighters. And regular costs on the naval bombers, yes, because you don't need many of them. So even if it's expensive, it's fine. It would be also interesting to test something like this. Where was it? What was it? I forgot. It was something like... what's the cheapest one? Okay, this plus the torpedoes. It was maximum 2 torpedoes, right? Can you put another torpedo? I cannot. Okay. Is there anything useful to put on it? I guess the flying boat. Speed is destroyed. Guess you don't need fleet. Speed. What's the... yeah, in terms of naval attack... it's good, but maybe not as good, actually. Considering everything, it's quite expensive. It's pretty bad. Let's just not use it. Wait, on what does it apply, this one? In general, it does apply, but it didn't work. Yeah, the heavy fighter technically is the best naval bomber. Land-based naval bomber, in theory, at least. Now say that we could have maybe 500 of these things, because if you don't build the naval bombers and you build these ones instead, you could probably have something like 500. They definitely have the advantage of the range, which is nice. So which one was this? I forgot. Well, whatever. Fine. We are losing some of them. I wonder if it will be possible to tell how impactful they were. No, we can tell from here probably. So if you look at the damage dealt and even some killing blows, we have like 5 ships completely destroyed by MNAV. A lot of ships damaged. Here it's 6 completely destroyed, or I mean completely destroyed, it's just a killing blow. And also it depends on the type of ship. Calculating this stuff is insane. But honestly, the MNAV seems to be doing a lot of damage here. True. That is true. Also 30 close air support shot down. The MNAV is more expensive, but you need to use them only once. Let's continue. I mean, you shouldn't look too much at the casualties because we are dead stacking the entire Royal Navy. So once you win these battles, then there is no Royal Navy anymore. You don't need the naval bombers anymore. Yeah, in terms of damage, the MNAV seem to be doing quite well, honestly. Okay, this is the original one. Let's remove it and check the other ones. Wait, those are the CNAV from only one carrier, though. If you put them all together... I mean, I guess you would use both, but if you don't use carriers and you use the MNAV, that's my question here. Since carriers are very expensive. Okay, let's go back and run a slightly different test now. For which we need to go back into the math for a little bit. That said, I want to have the MNAV design because we're going to test them again. Don't I have it saved? I should have it saved. Heavy naval bomber, let's see. That's the one. That's the one. Why was I using the light machine gun if the heavy one is cheaper? No, the heavy one is not cheap. As it makes sense. Right, and then infinite range, which is probably not needed in this case, but I guess it can be useful. So this is one of the reasons why you go the heavy naval bombers. They have insane range, so you can naval bomb everywhere. So these ones, I'll just put them in here. Then when the time comes, we can test them. Again. Let's see look at the range though. Look at the range. You can naval bomb them everywhere. Okay. So now unfortunately we need to change something because I want to test different design types. And the problem is the UK will move their fleet away, but we cannot do anything about it. So unfortunately we need to soak it up. And the first thing we need to do, I know it's not going to be very fun, boys, here, but I need to calculate the IC cost that we spent. So that will take a little bit. One boop now, what did you build exactly? Did you build any destroyers here, or did you just build the stuff that I seen here? Because if you just build the stuff that I seen here, it's a bit easier to calculate the IC cost that you spent. So hopefully you didn't. Did you build submarines though? No, this is just a basic one, so you didn't build submarines. This is the basic destroyer, so I assume you didn't build destroyers. But you did build the light cruisers, which I don't see here now. Or because it's not... yeah, it's because it's this one. Torpedo cruiser. Okay. For the confusion of it, you rename it. I hope this is all you built. Okay. If that's all you built, it shouldn't be too difficult to calculate the IC cost you spent. So, therefore, let's start some math. Now, unfortunately, the math will be a little bit off because I don't know exactly how to calculate the IC cost. So I will calculate 6,000 for the converted cruiser. It's probably a bit less because you refitted them, but it's difficult to tell how much less exactly. So I will calculate 6,000 for each of them. And you made 4 of them. So... going to add 24,000 IC. $24K for the converted cruisers you spent. Okay. Then what do we have? Then we have the basic cruiser CL. For this one, it's 4,900, let's say. How many did you build? Nine. Multiplied 9. 44,100, that is. I'll make it 45. Let's round it up a bit. Doesn't need to be 100% precise. Otherwise we go crazy. I see 9 CL. Well, let me check that. Let me make sure that it's correct. Wait a second. Yeah. 2. This is correct. This is correct. It's correct. Maybe this one new ones. No, it's okay. It's that design. So yeah, okay, that's correct. That's 9. Then you built. Okay, let's actually remove them one by one. You didn't build the battleships. This is everything default. Confirm. You didn't change anything here, right? Looks like you didn't change anything here. So what you built instead is the CH. So the heavy cruisers. 8 heavy cruisers at the cost of 6,500 each. Multiplied 8. 52,000. Let me see. Okay. Perfect. So in terms of designs, additional designs, that's all. So that's the budget we have once we remove these ships from the equation. We don't use these ships and we gain that budget for ourselves. There's 21 ships here. So let's remove them. If I do this, do they get deleted entirely? They do. Very good. Very convenient. So now we have a budget of 52 plus 45 plus 24. That's 121,000 IC to spend. So the first thing I want to test is to put it entirely on the light cruisers. But not this one, because this one is wrong, so we need this one. Is everything else correct in here? It looks like everything else is indeed correct. And it is on raiding shipbuilders. Now, one thing to consider though is we would have the perks that you put in other stuff if we built these ones instead. Meaning I will give myself 6 MIO perks in the raiding shipbuilders. No, wait, what the fuck am I doing? Where did it go? What was it, the thing here? How did we add the funds? Yeah, but that part is okay. I just want to see this IC entirely spent on the light cruisers, and then we can see with the same death stack battle what changes and what not. The problem is it will not be exactly the same because we need to spend a few months training those light cruisers. Guys, do you know how to add MIO funds? No fucking MIO funds. Sake. Okay, add funds. It's probably just add funds. No, what the fuck is it? All together, okay. Yeah, that should have done the trick. I didn't add enough. 6 we said. Whatever, I'm just going to unlock the perks that we would have. So, only 6. So we go for this one. 2. 3. 4. Forgot if there is anything else useful. These ones I cannot pick. I think these are the very important ones, but... yeah, okay, the production one we don't care about though, for now. So it's okay, this is good enough. And then, okay, you were not doing this with any traits. However, concealment expert is very important. I'm not going to give us concealment expert, but I'm going to give us this one because, yeah, this one, yes. Only this one. Only this one. And the other thing is I never checked your doctrines. Okay, all good. And here, all good. Perfect. Okay, no problem there at all. So now we need to make the light cruisers. Meaning... Fuck, this is the... Okay, let me load mine. Okay, 5,088 is the budget, the cost, so... Yeah, okay, let's say 24. 24. Though probably you would get 25, considering they are cheaper. But yeah, okay, the equivalent of the budget is about 24 light cruisers. So we need to make 24 of these now. This will take a while. Sorry, just in case. The command doesn't work for ships type. I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but just in case, because that would save us some time. But it's not equipment, so it doesn't work. I believe for the Navy, the only thing you can do is... Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, okay. So this is unfortunately doing this, and then instant construction is the only way to spawn ships, as far as I know. I lost count now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can check with the dockyards. That's very convenient. Also, what could be convenient is this. Then I want to test one more thing, actually. But first we do this one. $24 should be correct. Sneaky motherfuckers. They would have gotten all of these ships. I'll make this save now because I want to try later on a different design. If we struggle with this one, I want to try to go armor 3. We need to research it. I want to try to go armor 3 and see if it makes a difference. Because armor 2 is enough, but you need something to increase the armor. If you don't have a very good admiral and no MIO perks for it, maybe the armor is not enough to be difficult to pierce for the eye. And that can make a big difference. Okay, let's go. Now the other biggest problem is, unfortunately, these people need to be trained. Otherwise, of course, the test is not valid. Also need to make some of these guys be right of the fleet. I think it would be fair if we kept building them, honestly, because at this time that we are training, the Royal Navy is increasing, so... Unfortunately, as far as I know, there is no Insta training button as well, so this is all we can do. So you do this maybe on naval production and something like that. Okay. Then the hardest thing will be to somehow manage to get a big engagement, an equally big engagement with the Royal Navy, because probably they are spreading it around a bit more. But as long as Italy is not in it, we should be okay. Training the Baltic, is there any advantage? No, but here it's okay too. They cannot come here because there is the strait. They cannot go through that. Less damage because of the area. I see. It should be fine. Okay, we're good. We're very good. Repair, and we're done. Okay, perfect. We got the new ones that we are not going to train, but that accounts for the fact that it's later, a bit later. There's not much we can do, unfortunately, about this. But I'm pretty sure we will be able to see some differences anyway. Okay. Let's hope the UK still has the fleet around there. Did you send them away? No, no, it's a big dead stock up there. So good. Just send them there. They're not going there. Some of them are not going there. Because there is a fight. What if I... Come on, send the freaking fleets there. This one is going. This one is going. Okay, that's the important one. This one is going. Didn't I have another one? Okay, this one needs to be going too. Okay, now this one is going too. Let's see. Can you show the template for the designs? Yes, a bit later. Yes, I'll show the designs that we're testing. Now, where is the Royal Navy, please? The love of God. Where is it? Where is it? You kidding me? Oh! Didn't see it. Okay. I don't know if it was the big that stuck this one. We did lose a bit more than the other one for sure. That's true. That's I would say undeniable. Although we didn't lose any of the good light cruisers, but they are fairly damaged. So I'm pretty sure if we stay in here, we will lose this fleet. If the Royal Navy still has a fleet somewhere. they are not here.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday evening last,
Yeah, I need to somehow get the Royal Navy to engage a bit more. Though actually, they don't have light ships anymore. Let me see a second. What do they have left? Yeah, this one is left. Why are they not using it? So they have one fleet left, I would say. The other ones were destroyed. Let's go back again to the start. Let's see if we can get a bigger engagement somehow. Something comparable to before. And then we need to test a little bit more armor on the light cruisers, I am afraid. But let's see. I don't know, these guys are supposed to go there. What you were saying earlier is maybe we put them on... maybe put them on always engaged too. I don't know if the eye changes that. I would assume they do, but these guys are already on always engaged. Look at that. Let's see if that helps a bit. Then we're also going to try with the naval bombers before we move on to something else. Did they change the command? No, they are there. No, they are here. They're back in here. Use your fleet, you stupid fucks. Maybe because they need to be on patrol. Oh, no. Whatever that is, but always engage. Just cannot get them to engage me. Okay, finally here. But they are not engaging with the rest of the fleet. These are comparable to the early engagements we had, but not to the big death stack. And of course, here they got wiped. But some French navy there. I don't know. Yeah, we destroy them. Take a little bit more damage, but we destroy them. But I cannot see the death stack. I cannot manage to get the death stack to engage me. Now Italy is in it. It's gonna be more difficult. And now it looks like they don't have a fleet. Ah no, we completely wiped them though. Unless I don't know when they moved this away, but what they had in here is wiped. The problem is we did not engage them in one big death stack, which makes the difference. You know, we need to test them in the same exact place, otherwise the test doesn't work, because the area also matters, where we are fighting also matters. So I'm going to try again, but this time I'm also going to try and put some naval bombers in the region. And then somehow we need to get this done. So let's try everything we can in here. Yeah, but they changed the rules immediately. Okay, a bit better. Still something missing here. Okay, now it's all of them, and they didn't join all at once, but now at least it's the death stack. Now, one thing that I noticed here is the battle is a lot faster compared to the other ones. Maybe because you destroy the screens a lot faster. And after destroying the screens, Yeah, you see, you wipe the screens very quickly, then they're completely out of screens. They are left only with the heavier ships. Ah, yes, Infinite Churchill now, forever. Yeah, that's it. So the heavy naval bombers really help in this case, because compared to the previous testing, we don't have the carriers anymore. But heavy naval bombers are much cheaper to make than carriers. So I don't think this is non-realistic. It's easy to get 300, 400, 500 naval bombers, heavy naval bombers as Germany. And then you invest you go all in on light cruisers. And in this case, we did wipe them quite significantly. Let's see if there are more engagements here or not. There is one here, but the thing is, the first one is probably the toughest. Then when they are completely out of screens, they cannot do anything anymore. I don't know, I have the feeling that this is still the most effective ship type to build. Considering the overall how easy it is to make this build, you just make one ship type, that's it. You don't need to worry about anything else. And consider that this is without the very important concealment expert trait. This trait is very important for this build. It's true that we gave them this one. But I want to try a couple more times if we can ever get the full engagement with them, with the entire Royal Navy. So far the biggest one we got is this one. I can take a screenshot of this one and compare it to some of the previous ones maybe. Let's try again, see if we can somehow get a bigger engagement early.
The unity of the nation. The three party leaders have agreed to either in the war cabinet or in high executive office. The three fighting services have been filled. It was necessary that this should be done in one single day on account of the extreme urgency and rigor of events.
You want to try heavy cruiser only? Let me see. Okay, we can do that. That's easy to test. We have the save just before spawning the light cruisers. I'm going to try the light cruisers with a bit more armor first. Then we can try heavy cruisers only for a comparison. But it technically shouldn't work. But it's always interesting to see. Oh, nice. This is basically the same battle we were getting earlier. Now they join fairly fast. What you can see is the speed. It's definitely much faster than before this battle. And that's it. It's a bit higher casualties on our side, for sure. And that's probably because we don't have as much damage soaking potential with this build. Light cruisers don't soak as much damage as heavy cruisers. Heavy cruisers are very good at soaking damage. But on the other hand, we destroy the screens incredibly fast. And I think that's it. I think if we tag the UK now, they should still have fleets, decent fleets. Or maybe not. Where is their fleet? It's probably because it looks small, like this one. Like this is a fleet with battleships and carriers. Where is it, by the way? This one too, but they are completely out or almost completely out of screens. Yeah, this is the other one. The light cruisers, the screens are basically completely wiped. So let's go back to Germany, but I'm pretty sure they will not engage us anymore, or if they do, they will be with not enough ships. Yeah, okay, that's another one. They don't have screens though. And when they don't have screens, they cannot do anything. Yeah, that's it.
most grievous kind.
That's it. So, same IC cost, easier to get, same overall result, a bit more damage taken, a bit faster damage dealt. So you destroy them a bit faster, you take a bit more damage. This would be my conclusion so far on this light cruiser build. Versus the way more balanced fleet that you built. I would say though, if you don't make the converted cruisers, which I wouldn't make, it's a very good idea to have some heavy bombers in the area. And not the armor-piercing bombs, naval bombers, simply because heavy bombers have much better range, so you have less issues getting them there without carriers. So they really help from that point of view. Even though they are a bit more expensive, for sure. How much do we save if we remove the range? Not much, but they're probably a bit more they have more survivability. Now, we need to test a bit more armor on the light cruisers and see if that's needed. So this is when we were building them, right? Yeah, this is when we were building them. So I need a heroic. And I need... where do we unlock the armor? What do we need to unlock the armor for the cruisers? It's not here, right? Where is the armor? I don't even know. By the way, you did research these two, which are helpful in any case for both of them. The only question I have for you guys is where is the armor? Where is the armor for light cruisers? It's not this armor, right? No, of course not. Armor, okay. It's this one probably. Let me see. It is. Okay, so with this you can bring it to 3. Now the big difference here, compared to 2 armor, is 3 armor costs 1 chromium. Which is okay. They don't automatically upgrade, that's a bit painful. Which is okay, but... yeah, when you build them fully, the 10 chromium per groups of 10 is expensive as fuck. That's undeniably expensive as fuck. So if you can stick to armor 2, that's certainly a lot better. Also, it's a bit more expensive, so we need to calculate again. 5,280, so we probably have a bit less available. So we can make 23, well, it's only 1, the difference, so not that big, still. This is assuming the chromium is not an issue, which is probably not the case. It's probably an issue. So that's absolutely to be considered in this testing. But let's see if this 1 extra armor makes a big difference or not. Are we good here? They building something they shouldn't be building? No, because we already deleted that. Okay. Why do I hear sounds of errors? Okay. Yeah, the error was from OBS saying that I don't have any more space on my computer to keep recording, but that's okay because it's live, it's fine. I don't need this recording actually. I may need to free some space though before I record the guide for Romania. Let me delete some older guides, 1 second. You know, like one recording like this live or the last one is probably like 60. Yeah, the last Navy testing was 70 gigabytes on my PC. So space goes quite quickly. But we are still live, right? Didn't stop the live, or did it? No. No, it's not. It's 2K, I think, if I remember correctly. Okay, training part. Yeah, let's see exactly how much chromium we would need to import to be able to sustain this production. That's also interesting. It's actually not that much. I mean, it's a lot, but I expected worse, to be honest. Hey, right. So you were saying that I should train them somewhere else, but why was it? Because of Fjord's accidents, position. It doesn't give any additional accident problems, though. But I guess we can do it in there. Doesn't seem to have any modifier for that. Maybe there is extra attrition that I didn't notice though. Perfect. You're right though, we didn't take any damage this time. When we trained in there, we took a lot of damage. So I think you're right. Even though it doesn't clearly state it, there is probably extra attrition or some issue like that. Okay, we are ready to start the test. No, we're not ready. UK, send your fleets. Come on, please, send your fleets. Let's go. And let's pray that we get a big engagement soon. We don't. They already ran away with the fleet. No, okay, something is here. Maybe after an engagement we can force it more easily. Let's see. Because now we have a big engagement there, and these guys are doing nothing. But if I manually send them there, maybe it works. Cannot get them at the same time, but maybe at least we can force it. Otherwise they would never do it. Seems to work fairly well this way. We're mostly interested in looking at the damage and casualties on our side, because winning the battle shouldn't be in doubt. It should be the same as before. Though now apparently I have a bigger fleet. I don't know where they put up much bigger fleet than before. Maybe I couldn't engage with all of them earlier. But this was a different type of battle. They definitely had a bigger fleet here. We managed to probably force them all in there. And so once again, it's a bit difficult to take a look at the results. But I would say the light cruisers took quite a lot of damage. So it doesn't seem like the extra armor was particularly helpful in this case. Yeah, I would say, so this was specifically aimed at the extra armor, and I would say it's not particularly worth it. Now, what we're going to test next is heavy cruiser only. Let's try heavy cruiser only first. So for the heavy cruiser only, I'm going to use the design that you were using, which is CH. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, so basically the same as the light cruiser, but with a heavy attack instead of light attack. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't work, but let's see. Very curious to see. So this one is 6,500. We'll round it up that way. That means 121,000 divided 6,500, meaning we can make 18.6. I'd round it up to 19. So we will allow ourselves to build 19 of these guys. So guess what? We need to do it one by one again. You know, the answer that we are trying, because people may start losing sight of what we're trying to do here. And it's not very easy, because all of these fleets are performing well and winning in the end. And all of them, as you just mentioned, failed to win the big death stack at the beginning of the war. What we're trying to understand is what's best. Like, if you want to challenge a Royal Navy, if you want to win, what should you make? Should you make heavy cruiser? Should you make light cruiser? Should you make only light cruiser? Should you make the converted carrier? Should you make the heavy naval bombers? That's more or less what we're trying to do. Click and the enter key. Yes, that's faster. That is faster. That is faster. You're very much right. No, there is no faster for this one though. I said what? I said 18, 19, 19. Okay. And you want to? You are building these ones with what? With wait, what are you building them? For the heavy cruiser, you're using the German Werft. Okay. 19, I said 19. Okay. Kidding me? Same thing, we keep building them while we wait. Ah, by the way, these ones you only have one. For the heavy cruisers, you can assign a maximum of 5. That makes an important difference, actually. It means it takes much longer to individually get them out. So right now, for example, with the light cruisers, we would be getting them constantly. With these ones, we need to wait until 1941 before we see the first one. Come on, this cannot work. If this works, I'll fucking rage quit. This doesn't make sense. I mean, working in the sense of winning, maybe, yes, but it cannot perform as well as the previous two. Though I would be happy if the best thing to do is a balanced fleet like the one you were building. That, to be honest, I would be happy about. Okay. Good. And so yeah, I already gave him the cruiser captain, which is good for heavy cruisers too, so that part is fine. Let's give them some organization. They have a lot more organization, it seems. Okay. And then convoy raiding, patrol, always engage, never repair. We try first without the naval bombers, then later we'll try with the naval bombers. Then we'll do the same thing we did earlier, so I manually send them in there, but then after we get into an engagement, I will actually manually send them into the engagement. That seemed to have worked quite well. Let's go! At least the first one, UK, I need you to trigger though. These trigger. What the fuck are you doing? Where did you send the fleet? What did you do with my fleet? What? Where is it? It's all here. So stuck in here, moving back there. You need to engage. Fucking engage me. Why don't they use admirals too? Come on. Okay, okay, we got it, we got it. Okay, now we just need to send the other ones in. Should be good, huh? Yeah, okay, I think the other ones are fine. Those are the ones we need. So this should be a dead stuck fight, or almost dead stuck fight. Yeah, that's pretty much the dead stuck fight. Oh, finally some results that are consistent with the logics of things. Heavy cruisers suck. I don't think there is any doubt here. I don't think this can be doubted in any way. This is finally something that puts like a conclusive word on something. The heavy cruisers didn't do anything here. We're going to give them one more chance because maybe this was a bit too much of a dead stack in the end compared to the other ones. But yeah. At least the heavy cruisers suck if you go only heavy cruisers. If you keep them in a more balanced fleet, they have a purpose. And their purpose is not to deal damage. I feel like their purpose is to soak damage. But yeah, let's go and see if we can get a more balanced one maybe. I'll try maybe let's try without the death stack, so we give them an actual chance here. Yeah, but they did send the death stack in any case at some point. It's somehow now they are losing. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god, why is it so inconsistent? How can I test stuff if everything is so inconsistent? It's crazy. It's crazy. One time you get a devastating loss and 2 seconds later you completely destroy them with the same scenario in just a different tile. It's just complete randomness, this thing. I don't know. I don't know, honestly. At this point, testing stuff gets very, very difficult. Yeah, let's try again. I don't know what to say. Yeah, we probably have a bit of an overkill of a fleet in any case. But why did they destroy us completely in that engagement earlier? That's... that doesn't make much sense with the rest. I'll try with the naval bombers involved as well this time. Okay. It seems comparable to light cruisers. Maybe we take a bit more damage. This wasn't the full death stack. You know, when everything works, the cheapest thing is still the best, which would be light cruisers. But, yeah, I don't know. Why are we not engaging them? There were battles in here, which we couldn't take. No, that's it. No more engagements. It's sad because when you test the army, it's quite easy to see the difference. You have many stats that you can compare, like loss of manpower, casualties on both sides, the time by which you win. And here it's very, very, very difficult to get something other than winning or losing a battle. Like in this case, if they don't use this fleet, of course we're going to win. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, why are they losing so bad in this battle? There must be something that is not working for them. It's actually the screening efficiency is very bad for us. It looks like a battle that we have to lose this one, but somehow... Or maybe we do lose it. No, we don't lose it. We lose a bit more destroyers compared to the previous testing, but we don't lose the battle. And actually what you're saying now, it's quite true. Let me go back a bit to light cruisers, see if we can repeat something like that again. This is with or without naval bombers? This is without. I want the naval bombers involved. Okay, now let me see if I can force the UK into this. Now the problem is, you see, something like this already makes a difference. If the battle engagement is here, this fleet takes longer to get there, and by the time you get there, the other fleet already lost a great deal of strength. So this should be non-favorable to us. Well, if the battle happened here, it would be a lot more favorable to us. Let's take a look. So this one is one that we should lose in theory. And it seems like we are probably going to lose it. Where did it go? Yeah, okay, this is not the one. This is the one. And while it's a victory on paper, in practice, this is not a victory. So this was a bad one. Now let's see if we can get another one. Yeah, this is the armored ones. I don't need the armored ones. I'll remove that one. The heavy naval bombers, yes. I don't know, I never understood anything about the UI of the Navy, to be honest, but yeah, it's definitely very difficult to tell what's going on. And what I hate is the sea not being green anymore, though. It's much, much more difficult to understand if you have sea control or not in this way. Yeah, again, though, if we get the engagement on the coast of the UK, this is advantageous to the UK because it's right next to where they have the dead stuck. So same exact thing as before, it happened again here. And this is pure RNG. Though I must say, so far, what this seems to prove is that heavy cruisers are also doing good. And maybe light cruisers are not as much better than the other designs as they were before. But the amount of RNG in it is huge, huge. And now this time it looks like we're destroying them. I don't know, let's see how it ends up. It's a bit balanced. No, we are losing it. We are losing this with almost a full death stack. I would like to try and get this engagement once, not next to the coast of the UK, if that would be possible, please. If we get it up there, okay, now it's there. Now it's there exactly where it was with the heavy cruisers. They are a bit closer, which may make a difference. So they still got there faster because they were in this sea region instead of the harbor. Yeah, okay, now this... My god, boys, I don't know how much longer I can hold with this shit. Fucking game, my god. It crashes every 2 seconds, completely inconsistent. What the fuck is happening? Oh, wow, now it crashed on the start too. It crashed and it keeps crashing when I check the results of the naval battles. There seem to be some issue with naval battles. And when you check the results, you get a lot of crashes. I don't know, how many times did it crash today? It's like 5 or 6 times, maybe. Keep getting crashes. And yeah, okay. So by the way, that save, some of your saves have the mod thing, but I had the crashes even without that, so I don't think that's the problem. No, the U-boat destruction still works very well. If you make the invisible ones, but that's quite an investment. Even with this 18, it would be interesting to try, actually. Let's give it a quick try here. To see in a slightly different scenario if we wanted to actually not engage. But here it's a bit... oh, also, they were in the wrong place. That doesn't help. So these submarine destruction works particularly well. Now the death stack is here though. If you need to get dominance, if you don't want to engage. If you want to engage, that's not what you're trying, what you usually do, but it still works. It still works quite well, as you can see. If we don't force their fleet to attack us, which is a bit of a forced scenario, we can easily get the dominance in here, but now we have a very good fleet, so we would get it anyway. I mean, of course, if you get their fleets one by one, and with subs you can do it a bit more consistently, then you completely destroy them and you get to 99% dominance. That's it. Now the subs are dead, but they kept their fleets busy for quite a while. So at this point you wouldn't care anymore. So yeah, that works. Now though, let's go back to this and let me see if we can again try to get the naval battle we got in the last attempt is perfect. One on this side is exactly what I wanted. No, that's not what I want, but okay. Yeah, because this is exactly next to the death stack. Maybe if we can manage to get this even with the heavy cruisers, though, it can still be a good test. It's not like we need to win the battles. I just need to have battles in similar scenarios so we can compare the results. Except we kick their ass somehow. Despite them being there, we still kick their ass in this case. Losing some early only the early cruisers, so none of the good ones, and some destroyers and submarines, which we don't care about. And it's basically, that's just it. It's just one battle. This is a new one. Then after the first battle, that's over in any case. Back to heavy cruisers. Oh wait, what? This was heavy cruisers one? I'm actually confused now. Oh, this was the heavy cruisers one. This was the heavy cruisers one. Okay. Okay, wait a second. Then this seems favorable to heavy cruisers now. If that's the case. Let me see again. Okay. Then we need to do the same thing with light cruisers, but it looks like somehow heavy cruisers are now performing better than light cruisers. And this is without naval bombers too. Let's see. No, not this time, I think. Or maybe. Yeah, we won. Painful win, but still a win. But a painful one for sure. The funny thing is, with heavy cruisers we are destroying mostly light ships, which doesn't make sense, because they should deal more damage. Let me see the design again. This design is fairly balanced overall, okay? Yeah, it's fairly balanced. Though it should deal more damage to heavy, to larger ships than to light ones. That's true. It looks like somehow heavy cruisers are performing well. That's pretty much undeniable, considering that they won this battle here against the full death stack. I mean, this was a big battle. Somehow they don't engage when they should. My submarines are dying. Okay, when Italy declares, it's the time to stop the test. Let's try with the... Let's give them the naval bombers, then we go back to light cruisers again. See a comparison. But you know, I'll get to this conclusion in a bit. Let me test a bit more, then maybe there is something good to say in here. Let me see. Okay, now this is not right next to the coast, so it's a fairly balanced one. Let's see. Somehow this one that is technically in a more favorable place to us seems to be going worse than the previous ones. In the end we'll probably win it. But it looked like a painful one. No, not really. In the end, not really. We only lost some naval bombers, destroyers. It looks like we'd lose destroyers quite quickly, but that's fine. And then the early cruisers, which we lost in any case, always. Let's go back to the light cruisers. Because we are getting... I feel like we're maybe getting closer to a conclusion here. Now I'll tell you and you can tell me your opinion. Okay, new place where we never got the battle before. It's not a very good one for us because it's fairly close to where they are. But let's see. So, despite the fact that this is a win, it's a very much more painful one. So, definitely so far, but it was in a different place. So, let's see if we can get it. So far, the heavy cruisers seem to be performing better than light cruisers. If any meta people watch this in the next few days, and you have any opinions on this... And by the way, I don't know if you watch it at this point, but the design we are using is this one, which is the correct light cruiser design. You could argue that we should have the better fire control system and the radar, for sure. Then the other thing you could argue is we could be using more armor, but we tried and it didn't make much of a difference. And the final big argument is we would really need concealment expert because it's particularly important, but that applies to all of the testing. It's not only this one. So, this testing seems fairly fair. Now, let's see if we can get an engagement on the other side. Maybe it's because it's more balanced, so if you go for only one type... Yeah, okay, the worst possible play is... Like the light cruiser only has it has 28 light attack, but it has 0 heavy attack, and the other one has yeah, maybe half the amount. But one thing that I didn't consider is you can put 10 dockyards on light cruisers and 5 on heavy cruisers, and I don't know how much that affects the final production, to be honest. So I gave us the same amount based on IC, but I'm not sure that's entirely correct. The amount of RNG involved seem to be pretty high, though, in any case, because here we are probably looking at a big win. Yeah, this is comparable to what we were getting with the heavy cruisers. Maybe we take a bit more damage. Maybe. By the way, is the timing very different? It shouldn't be, right? June, July. So with the, for some reason, I don't know why with the because I trained them in here. We are a bit later with the light cruisers. It shouldn't be too much of a difference, though. I know. So in the end, the final output may be similar. So in the final output is similar, but it takes longer to get them individually. If this was a light cruiser, we would be getting it. I don't know when, but we can actually check when. So let's see the exact difference because of that. So many now. Which one is the correct one? This one. Was this giving some output? Well, I'll use the same one just for this comparison. Yeah, so here you can see the big difference. You know, the production cost is exactly the same. The resource cost is exactly the same, no? No, it's actually not. It's twice as much for the... No, sorry. Yeah, it's twice as much. It's twice as much. It is. Why? Wait, why is the heavy cruiser so much more expensive? It has a cost of 6 versus 3. Ah, okay. It's also twice the resources. That's something else I did not consider. So twice the resources, and then because you can only assign 5 dockyards to it, you get it significantly later. I played Germany yesterday. If you make naval bombers, it's possible to do the normal invasion with standard navy. But don't keep your navy in the channel too long because it will get sunk. Yes, definitely. If you have full air control, I showed that in the testing video. But if you have full air control and enough naval bombers over the channel, even the starting German navy is enough. But for weaker nations that don't have an air force, it's better to go in the North Sea and use submarines as a distraction. In any case, yeah, that was the thing about heavy cruisers versus light cruisers. Light cruisers are cheaper in resources, and you can assign 10 dockyards, so you can get them a lot faster. That also means training them faster. Then it may be that the total amount you get by World War II is more or less similar, but light cruisers are still easier to get. So the conclusion that I am about to draw, and then we'll stop, because I said this would be a short one and it's already 3 hours. It's absolutely not short. Let me remove that from the title. It's an absolute lie. Short session, my ass. It's always like these. Okay, let's see. Look at that. Now, actually, they were not doing very good. They still won. How come it looks like they destroyed us and then they only killed 12? Well, they killed some early cruisers too, though. But definitely less damage taken. This is something you can easily see in here. Probably because they have more health. Last one, boys. Then we stop. This is the. I would like to get the last one in here before we stop. Then we stop. Okay, this is in the area that technically was favorable to us, and it was a painful one. Win, but painful win. The heavy attack pierces the ships and then it's GG. I don't know. It's very difficult to tell right now. Come on, give me one in here. We see consistent wins on both sides, I would say, with maybe a bit less damage taken on the side of heavy cruisers right now. But I cannot get the engagement right next to the cost of the UK, while with the light cruisers they kept engaging me there. So that has an impact that it's hard to judge. Oh, finally. This should be good. It's not the worst case scenario for us, but it's close enough. Yeah, it was a decisive victory. We basically always lose the 4 early cruisers and the destroyers. And that's about it. Back to the light cruisers for a second. Either way, I'm sorry I said heavy cruisers are bad, because clearly they are not bad. If they can be compared in power with light cruisers, it means they are not bad. Now they don't engage us. What the fuck is that place? Yeah, definitely a bit more damage taken in terms of the heavy ships. Instead of losing the 4 light cruisers, we lost some heavier ships, but it may be pure RNG there. This update is a nightmare for minor countries mostly. That's the biggest, because testing as Germany to see which navy design is best. It's cool when you want to build a navy with a power, a great power. When you do this as Portugal, it's not as fun. Do this as Turkey, not as fun. You know, to get a proper testing, you should get to a point where you have the right amount of ships of one type or another that makes the difference between winning and losing a battle. And it's very difficult to know exactly how many would make that difference. Yeah, this is fucked already. You cannot build shit with a minor, but you can try as Portugal. If you can build them, let me know. I think you can make like 1 maybe. This probably you don't have the iron to make it. The best thing you can probably build as minor is submarines to use as a destruction, and empty heavy hulls to use for dominance. got a stalled battle here. Yeah, more losses with the light cruisers. If we take these last few comparisons, it would seem that that heavy cruisers perform better in a only one type one fleet. Without considering, of course, that they are significantly more expensive. But as Germany, for example, you wouldn't care. If you're building a fleet to destroy the Royal Navy, you don't care that much. It's funny because it always looks like they are losing more. It's probably because initially you lose the screens, but then when it gets to the heavy cruisers, they start dealing a lot of damage. I would like to see, but that tends to kill the game. But let's see. It is true that they are a balanced design that can kill both screens and heavier ships, and that's maybe one of the advantages of the heavy cruisers. With similar stats to light cruisers, worse in terms of dominance probably overall. But you get both the heavy and the light attack. And was there any way to give them more light attack or not? Can you? No, because once you put the heavy ones, you need to put 2 of them. So this is the... Maybe here you can put... No, here you cannot. You could do... No, you cannot use this. So this is the most light attack you can put. Because if you could balance it a bit with a bit more light attack, it would be better. Okay, so... what I would tend to say at this point, which is probably not a negative thing, I would say it's probably a good conclusion. I wouldn't make a fleet of only heavy cruisers, and I think the light cruisers are still very important to destroy the front line of their ships. But maybe building a balanced fleet makes sense now, which wouldn't be a bad thing. Which wouldn't be a bad thing at all. So. If you get the heavy damage from the heavy cruisers, then you don't need anything else. You make some light cruisers, some heavy cruisers, and then I would probably make some roaches, roach destroyers. I'd make a roach destroyer, but one with torpedoes. Make something like this. Not even the better torpedoes, just the basic torpedoes. I think it's a fairly low cost. So you make some roaches to soak damage and then deal some extra damage with torpedoes in case, just in case. And you can probably assign 5 dockyards to this thing, maybe even less than 5 dockyards to this thing. Then I would skip entirely on converted cruisers. I think this is the one thing that we saw not to be impactful, not very useful. So the converted cruiser we can ignore. Carriers would be nice, but as we can see here, they're not particularly needed. They're quite an effort to get. So I wouldn't get carriers, but I would get some of these heavy bombers. Let me show you the design. Heavy naval bombers. I think these ones are fairly worth it because of the very good range. So you can get them to naval bomb basically everywhere around the UK. And the more you have, the better it is. They deal very good damage to in naval battles. So roaches, heavy naval bombers, and then a balanced amount of light cruisers and heavy cruisers. Although, of course, the historical Germany build in which we go all in on subs also works, because at that point you simply starve the UK of fuel and everything else, so then their navy can be destroyed by anything because it's out of fuel. But that's another story. I do want to more carrier testing in areas with no airports. Yeah, of course, the advantage of having carriers is in other places where you cannot use land-based naval bombers. Then carriers are awesome. Carriers are the best navy type, ship type, but they are a big investment that may not be necessary. In any case, if you make carriers, don't make the converted cruisers. Converted cruisers don't make much sense. It's just one more research. Just get the regular carriers and build them. If anything, if you can refit some of the early... But can you refit the early cruisers to the newer ones or not? This is something I didn't actually test. So the early cruisers cannot be refitted to the other ones, right? Nothing. You can refit them to the converted ones, but you cannot refit them to anything else. Did you have to get this tech, or does Germany start with it? It's still, it's still an investment that I probably wouldn't make. So one boop for the next time, if you feel like it, try the build. Let me show you again the 3 designs we would be using. And let me know if you try a build from the beginning like that. Especially also let me know how many you can get out. You can put out. So no subs. The subs for this build are useless because we just aim at destroying them. So subs we can ignore. Then what we do, what we make would be it's such a mess in here. Let me get them from here. Where are the basic ones? What's this thing? So heavy ships, I don't think we would build. We would build any of them. So yeah, we can leave the starting ones and that's it. No heavy ships. What the fuck is this thing? I don't know, but we wouldn't be building it. This one we also wouldn't be building. This is a cruiser looking thing. I also want to save at this point this CH because that's an interesting... Did you have to research the torpedo? Well, I'd put the best torpedoes available, but I wouldn't research torpedoes for it. So if you start with the torpedo one, stick to the torpedo one. Don't think you need anything else literally on destroyers, because you still want them to be as cheap as possible. And I'd say we go full output on them. But if you're using this one for the other ones... by the way, you were using this... no, this is not the one, actually. You were not using this. I mean, the visibility can be alright, I guess, in any case. Speed is also nice, but production output may be more important. We get any production output from here? No. So in general, let me also check that it's interesting, but I didn't save the design. Say that we stick to the raiding ship builder just because we want the MIOs, so we don't care that much about the basic destroyers. Now let me see a comparison on the heavy ones between the two that we could be picking. So you were using this one here. Why were you using this one here? Give some light attack, some anti-air, light attack, anti-air, light attack, heavy attack, but this is only for capital ships. Cruiser, light attack and piercing. And HP, speed is nice. This one is also valid there to get some extra armor, and then something you cannot get here because you don't have Clancy. Now what would it make? What would be the difference if we switch to this one here? Can we see the whole difference? No. So 15% light attack, 5% armor. In here we get surface visibility minus 15% and 5% speed. In theory, the 15% surface visibility is better. And actually, if you look at it from here, so you lose 0.4 armor. Because if you look at the stats from here, they look good, but look at the stats in here. It's true that even the visibility doesn't change that much, but 12.6 to 14.4 is the most painful decrease. The light piercing is very low in any case. The armor is very low. The anti-air is also very low. And the HP is a bit of a loss, but... The surface visibility reduction, if you can combine it with the Admiral trait, I think it would be better. In any case... this may not be as impactful after all, so they are probably both fine. So what do we think about this combination of three? And also, maybe we can test it at this point. I will not record Romania because it's too late. I'll do it tomorrow. Don't worry, Romania is coming. Should we test this? Yeah, let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Let's see if a balanced fleet of these three would be good. We need to decide how to spend our 21,000 IC in these three, and then we can compare them. But I'll use the save now. We have the test, so why not? We reload this one. I removed the brief testing from the title of this stream, so now we can keep testing. And we'll keep some light cruisers. We need to decide how to split the budget. Boys, ideas? Let me share this again with you and then forget it again. So let me put it down again easily. I'm taking a look at the game. I know the spreadsheet is on, don't worry. Just putting down the designs in the game, then we'll decide how to split them. Or 7-9. Let me change one thing here. That's okay. Should I do a normal run or a monarchist run too? I actually think Navy may benefit from non-aligned because I get one. No, you do the usual one if you want to do a test. Okay, boys. Budget. How do we spend it? What do we say in terms of the amount of each of these designs? Also, can we refit the destroyers to this destroyer design or not? What destroyers does Germany have in the starting fleet? They have basic destroyers mostly. No, they have mostly early destroyers, which are pretty bad and cannot be refitted. Okay, never mind. So, say that we pick... Say we take... what happens if we do 10 and 10? Probably should be a bit less heavy cruisers and a bit more light cruisers. Also, can the heavy cruiser have more heavy attack? You can put... okay, you could put the heavy attack one. You could make it full heavy attack if you went for heavy cruiser battery. I see. Well, let's see what's left if we make 10 and 10. So it would be 64,000 plus 50,000. Well, 64 plus 50, it's enough. 50, that would be... That would be 114,000. There wouldn't be much left for the... One. There would be only like 7,000 left for the destroyers in this way, which means we would get how many destroyers? See. And like 8.5. No, I think we need a bit more budget for this. What do you think? How many destroyers do we want? Maybe we start with the destroyers, then we leave the rest of the budget. Maybe like 15 would be a good amount of destroyers. Let me see. For my run, I will do 8 heavy, 10 light, and the rest of destroyers. Okay, let me try it. Something like that would also make sense, in my opinion. So 8 heavy would be 6479. That's 51,832. Then 10 light, that would be 50,880. And then we need to sum the two. $102,712. Divided 816. 23. Let's say 23, okay? We have left 23 destroyers. Okay, let's go back to the game and test it. So first of all, we need to remove some light cruisers from here. As we need 10 of them. Then we say 8 of these guys. Wait, why do I not have... Oh, wait a second. No, it's... No. Why do I see a 0 there? Does it mean anything? It should be fine, right? Ah, no, wait, because this is not a screen. Wait a second, wait a second. No, but the one for cruiser applies or not? Affected equipment screens. Only screens. Wait. So we don't get anything here? We should get the... So confused. Okay, I'll stick to this one. I'm not entirely convinced by what I'm doing. It's probably better. But for the design itself, I still think this one is better. But I'm not sure anymore. Did you seriously remove my CL because of that? Should be right, because we have 18, so 10 on CL and 8 on CH, and now we need to put down, and this will be the painful part. The screen part applies, so this one is good for them. This one is production output. Honestly, though, we could also go production output. Splitting in so many MIOs is not a good idea, so I'll stick to this one. For now, we'll ignore a bit the production output. We need 23 of these things. Funny thing is, it's exactly the amount of dockyards we have. That's wrong. I'm losing it. Okay, let's quick check. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 plus 8. 41. Wait a second. 41. 23. It's perfect. Everything is perfect. What if there is an update? If you nuke... What if there is an update? If you nuke a port, all the ships in the port just evaporate. That would be fun. That would be very fun. I think we're good. We are producing the right one. I saw that, yeah. Just making sure that England is not producing shit they shouldn't be producing. Okay. Was, I see. Got it. I see. Disabled. Go train them. We, at this point, in addition to cruiser captain, we maybe can get destroyer leader, although concealment expert would still be the goal. Does this help? No, this stuff doesn't help. Does this help a bit? Yes, but not that much because we don't have that much. Let's give him destroyer leader. Okay, let's give him this one too. By the way, the other thing we would be doing at this point is how do we keep the production on? Probably after you start the war. So we know that we cannot get many of these in time, but maybe we keep 2 production lines on them. Two on light cruisers. 1 on destroyers. But I'd probably do something like this. 2 on heavy cruisers, 2 plus the future ones on destroyer, on light cruisers, and then the remaining 1 on destroyers. Okay, we should be good now. Except the new ones, that the new destroyers that just joined are not ready, but that's okay. Yeah, okay, I want to repair this one. I don't care so much about the destroyers though. Okay, it's fast. Fine, okay, we are ready. Tense moment, because this is the time where we find out if a balanced fleet like this one is actually a good idea, a better idea than spamming only one type. And I would be happy if this is if this performs better. I would actually be happy. So with the UK, I think at first we let them in peace, and then when we get the first engagement, we force everybody else to engage us like we did earlier. Let's see if that works. We can actually give it one go in which we just let them fight normally. Let's also do that. Oh, I would be very happy if you saved my submarines, but I guess we're not saving the submarines. Okay. So what we're interested in seeing here is, since this is not a death stack, these are battles that we obviously win. We're also interested in seeing if having the additional destroyers helps a bit reduce the damage. I don't know where the Pride of the Fleet is. Do we not have it? Fuck. You're absolutely right. We don't have it. Where did it go? Because we didn't lose it. But good that you noticed. Ah, I know where it is. I hope this doesn't mean that I tested some other stuff without it, though. Let me see one thing here. I had it in the other tests, right? Right? That would be a disaster if I didn't have it. Need to do everything again. Oh dear god, I didn't have it. I didn't have it with the heavy cruisers. Did I have it with the light cruisers? Oh, I had it with the light cruisers. Why did you notice only now? Why did I not notice at all? No, well, if anything, this goes to favor the heavy cruiser build, because we didn't even have the huge advantage of having the Pride of the Fleet. But with the light cruisers, we had it. So I'll just do the heavy cruisers once more with it. See if it makes a difference, as it should, because it should technically be a very big difference. This is the biggest battle already. It would be fun if now we lose. Now we have the Pride of the Fleet and we lose. It would be quite fun. Yeah, no, okay, no, we don't lose. Yeah, I don't know, and you probably don't see much of a difference because, again, we were winning all of the battles, but this is going in favor of heavy cruisers, since we didn't have it before. Now, if in future we want to test this again, I'd better assign it before I forget and make the save again. So let's save this as the heavy cruiser test. Now let's load our balanced one. At least now that we have the setup, it's easier to switch and test the various stuff. Okay, here I already did it. Okay, let's go. So one thing we didn't do this time, unfortunately, and I will need to change it a little bit, is manually send the Royal Navy there, because right now it's not there. So it will be able to engage us, but it will take a bit longer. Which is an advantage for us. Okay, we are big dead stuck area here. With Japan against the USA, we can try that too at some point. But with Japan, you would probably go with carriers, because Japan has easy access to carriers. Okay, so a win, which was to be expected. Now, what I would expect here, what we are looking for here is losing a bit more destroyers. That's why we built them. But ideally, we should have taken a bit less damage on the main fleets, on the main ships. Let's see if that's the case. That doesn't seem to be particularly the case. So we did lose a bit more destroyers. We didn't lose any of the larger ships, but they took some damage. That's for sure. So can we afford to keep them in there? Let's see. Would the UK ever engage again? Probably not. Because, I mean, 16 destroyers, I don't know how long it would take us to get back 16 destroyers, but I have the impression it wouldn't take very long to take back the 16 destroyers we have lost. There's another bottle there. By the way, this is the test in which we are not doing naval bombers. Okay, these they will not engage us anymore. Let me see if I can manually send the Royal Navy there before we attack, before we move in there. So I'll stop them for a second here. There is some Churchill for you. I can hear him. So I think the best thing to do was manually force them in there first. Come on. Why don't you want to go there? Go there. Go there. Then we go for the stuff. Then when they engage us, we move them closer and it should be a little bit tougher. A dead stock battle close to the UK with this fleet would be the ultimate test, the most interesting one. By the way, this build compared to the previous one is cheaper, much cheaper. Compared to the heavy cruiser only, it's much cheaper in terms of resources, which is something that should not be ignored, especially as minor countries. 60 or whatever it was steel per ship is very expensive. That's very important. Okay, we got an engagement in a good place. No, UK, why did you move it back there? Why do you need to be fucking idiots all the time? God damn it, they ruined it. We can still get them, but not at the same time. Well, it does work. It does work. Did we get to fight the last one, or did they not join in time? No, they didn't join in time. So sad. Let me see what you stupid idiots are doing with your fleet. Where is it? I hope that any of my friends and colleagues or former colleagues who are affected by political reconstruction will make all something. Ah, okay, no, it is here. So they just moved it back? I would say to the house. That's insane. Okay, okay. Oh, that's not a good engagement. No, it is a good engagement. No, it is not. Yes, see, look at them. They're moving away. No, come here, come here, come here. Everybody here. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. No. It's your fucking fleet. Okay, nice. This is the death stock. I think we were being attacked here, so this was a defensive battle, and this didn't go as well, I would say. It's like, it's fine, not great, a lot of damage taken. But that's it. That's the one engagement we had access to.
I feel entitled to claim the aid of all. And I say, come then, let us go forward together with our united strength.
We may have one now. Depends where they sent their fleet. No, it's close enough, this one. Did they send another one away, or is that all? This one was going away, but it's coming back. Well, it's okay, I guess. And this time we're doing it with naval bombers too. It doesn't seem good. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, Paradox doesn't want you to build a balanced fleet. You need to spam only one design, the meta one, depending on which one it is. Either light cruisers or heavy cruisers, but only one. What's the question? Vibes. You know, guys, at the end of all of this, I will very happily go back to never building a fucking navy. Just invading the UK and using their fleet. I will be very happy to go back to that. Testing the heavy cruiser only again, by the way. Yeah, nothing to do. So far, the heavy cruiser only build is the best one by far. Okay, this crush is the definitive one. This is the crush that breaks me. Enough. I had enough. I'll just start the game to draw the conclusions. Then that's it. Can you do a navy where it's just battleships? No, I don't think that would work. But at this point, I don't know anything anymore, apparently. Because if we live in a world in which heavy cruisers are better than light cruisers, then I don't know anything anymore. Then there is only confusion in my mind. But so far what we can draw, let's try to get some conclusions of the day, at least. Let me write them down, the conclusions of the day. You help me write them down. I think it was 19 of them that we made in the devastating one. Check. Yeah, 19. So, heavy cruisers perform the best in a one-ship type fleet. 19 of them wiped the Royal Navy in all scenarios and with or without naval bombers. There was only one engagement that we lost. They wiped us in one battle randomly, but that only happened once. And trying again and again and again never gave a better outcome or a similar outcome. So I would say this is first conclusion. Then I would say... second best for light cruisers. Now, how many did we make? I'll check. We made, in the end, 28, considering the ones that were being produced, although 24 is the main. I think we still won in all scenarios, with or without naval bombers, but took heavier damage than CH and seemed to struggle more overall. Try 2 carriers, 4 battleships, 4... wait, which one is the C? One what? 44 destroyers, 45 normally. Yeah, but we need the IC cost, because the IC cost should be within this budget. So we need to check anything. By the way, guys, if you wanted to run some additional tests over the next few days and something like that, on Discord we have the save. I can maybe share the starting save here, the one in which we're spawning ships. So you can easily use that to test. And then you just know the IC cost or the budget we have available. Then you spend the budget in whichever way you prefer. If you want to... Now, always consider something, though, that in here we are not considering anything but the IC cost. But there are some things to consider like this. The heavy cruisers only have 5 max dockyards assigned. They consume twice the amount of steel. Stuff like that. So, boys, please, if you want to run tests, use the save that I will share, because if you change the scenario, even just by a little bit, then the testing is not valid anymore. We need the same exact scenario as much as possible. It's not even exactly the same in mine. But I'll share that on Discord anyway. I'll share the save on Discord. And I'll probably, let me put it here too. Well, okay, later on I will put a link. But this is for tier 3 members only, this document. So I will send it on Discord too. Yeah, okay, I'll show you. Wait, one moment. I think the balance is the one where we have all of the designs, even though they didn't work. So, you wanted to see the heavy cruiser. Okay, for the heavy cruiser, we were using this one. Yeah, one boop, I don't know. I don't know, because it's automatic, the system. I think maybe you linked the wrong account. You sure you don't have 2 accounts? Well, you can go to the council, you can share it in the council. So this is the heavy cruiser design, which in the end is a balanced one. I don't know why. Yeah, exactly. It's basically the light cruiser. By the way, it's not my design. One boop at least shared it first. And it seemed to be working quite well. I don't know, One boop, did you get it from Sai, or did you come up with it just inspired by the regular light cruiser one? Well, I mean, if we switch from spamming light cruiser to spamming heavy cruisers, I don't mind. Honestly, though, I would use the better fire control system on this one. I think it's worth it because extra hit chance on both light and heavy for this balance design that has both is actually very good. And then maybe even the radar. The radar would be good as well. So maybe you can have a little bit less of them and still have them quite impactful. It looks like, right now it looks like spamming this is the best thing you can do in terms of the Navy. And if you look at it, it's only 1,500 more expensive than the Meta Light Cruiser. Biggest difference is, again, the production cost, which is doubled. Sorry, the resource cost, which is doubled. And also the amount of dockyards that you can assign to each. Because for light cruisers you can assign 10, and for heavy cruisers you can assign 5, which I don't think it's a big difference earlier in the run, but it starts becoming an important difference when you get into World War II. This is also a very early or fairly early engagement, because 1940 to fight is fairly early. You can afford to wait like 6-7 more months, maybe get another battery of them in, and defeat the Royal Navy a lot more easily. Although this run, which is one boop run, it's not my run, it's a more Navy-oriented run compared to what I usually do. Let me see what you pick up. You didn't pick these ones though, because here you get 2 naval dockyards. You didn't get them. Wait, where did you put your focuses then? Did you go for naval production instead? Because here you got the same stuff I usually get, except you didn't get this one. Okay, you even got that one. Here, you didn't get the cold liquefaction and the other thing in here. So this is the one you went towed into spare, right? Okay, which is fine. That makes sense. Then Hess. Where is Goebbels? You didn't pick Goebbels. You didn't pick Goebbels? Are you crazy? Where is my Goebbels? Where is my dear Goebbels? You forgot to pick one, basically, right? Or am I wrong here? I think you miss... Oh no, wait, because you have both Toad and Spear. Yeah, but you don't need Toad. When you switch from Toad to Spear, you should also switch him out. I think it would be better to have Goebbels at that point. Okay, anyway, did you change anything else, or did you go exactly what I usually do? Looks like you did exactly what I usually do, other than that. Okay. No, I believe the company doesn't... Once you unlock the company, I don't think you ever lose the company, even if you get rid of Toad. The company stays. Let's go back a moment to the document here. If we wanted to add any more conclusions to this, maybe we can add some considerations though. It would be interesting to figure out exactly how many heavy cruisers you need, and also let me see exactly. No, we can check it now actually. Let me see one thing before we stop back to the game. I guess we don't need to spam destroyers. In fact, most likely destroyers you would be able to get from other countries, like from Spain. So you can ignore the roach destroyers, and it doesn't look like they're torpedo damas that does anything at all. Yeah, so in terms of for the same amount of dockyards, it's twice the production cost as a light cruiser. But I wanted to see if we were producing only heavy cruisers, because we decided that that's the meta thing that we want to do, the new meta. If we want to make only those, how much steel do we need? Like an insane amount of steel, I think. Like a huge amount of steel. You'd probably also build something else, because you cannot afford to build only heavy cruisers anyway. That may be the biggest drawback of these. But one boop, if you can make a run or try a run in which you only build heavy cruisers and see what happens, because I mean, we can more or less see it here, right? The steel cost is huge. It's probably something that, as Germany is not a massive issue, you can afford it. But I don't know earlier in the run how impactful this would be. And I would also be curious to see how many you can put out, because we assumed it's going to be 19. Probably it's going to be a bit less. I have the feeling that you probably would get like 15 of them out. But again, I don't know. You should, if you try the whole run, which I don't have time for, yeah, you can let me know how many you can produce. And this would also be a bigger problem for countries that don't have the amount of steel Germany has. Boys, any more doubts or questions? By the way, why is my screen not showing the chat? Damn it. Well, you're going crazy. I need to figure out why my chat is not appearing. Oh, it is appearing actually. Okay, never mind. Okay, boys, nothing else, I'd say, nothing else. This was not a planned stream. You convinced me to do it because I wanted to see these converted cruisers and the heavy cruisers. At least the heavy cruisers were worth it. The next one needs to be about Bulgaria. No more Navy testing for me for a while. Let's keep to these conclusions, and I'll be interested in seeing what you find out. And then I also need to record and edit Romania. That will take a while. Hopefully will go smoothly. But Romania is such an amazing country. I love it, so it should be fine. And one boop, yeah, I think the problem with Discord is it probably messed up some connections to the accounts. So I think that's why you lost your precious member tier. Same email, but I don't know, it can create big issues. Boys, thank you for watching. See you next time. Bye bye.